chug a little bit of water as well, chuck on that sun cream, because it is going to be, I think, 28 degrees today, which is utterly glorious. But look, we've got some fantastic tennis for you coming up. In just a couple of minutes, we will have our first match on the court. Marin, he's not been back here for a little while. US Open champion back in the day, former world number 3. He'll be in action against Luciano Darderi, who is a young Italian, 22 years of age. He played just a couple of days ago against fellow Italian Matteo Berrettini. So that's first up. Then second up, we have Shelton. Any Americans in the house, actually? Perfect. Okay, Shelton, a brilliant entertainer on the court. He's just 22 years old, just broken the world's top 10, ranked number 10 in the world. He will take on Thomas Etcheverry, who played yesterday as well. He was great in action, an Argentine. And then, of course, we'll have the legends to round things off this evening. I'm sure we've got some Bahrami fans in the house, as we do every day. So those are the 3 matches that we've got coming up. And our players for the first match will be on the court in just a couple of minutes' time.
The final information for this anniversary tournament here in Yesel is 10th place of Darderi Roman and standing for a
Okay, folks, it's time for our first match of the day. The players are ready, so let's welcome them onto the court. Now, first of all, we are delighted to have him back here at the Hurlingham Club, the former world number 3 and US Open champion, Marin. And his opponent on his debut this week, here for his second match. Please welcome back from Italy, Luciano Darderi. toss for this first match. We've got our winners of the Road to the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. Their finals were played this morning. That was presented by Four Seasons. So we've got Ryan Story and Christian Rutten. Yeah, give them a round of applause.
Well, hi everybody, welcome to day 5, the final day of the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic at the Hurlingham Club. We've had the likes of Novak Djokovic, Jack Draper, Matteo Berrettini, and Stefano Tsitsipas on the grass courts in the last couple of days at this beautiful club. And today, we'll see the Grand Slam winner, Marin Cilic, as well as the Grand Slam semifinals, the exciting American Ben Shelton. Legends doubles features Bahrami and Ferrer taking on Enqvist and Philippoussis. All Grand Slam finals and singles or doubles. Philippoussis and Enqvist will partner up once again. But we start with Cilic taking on the Italian Luciano Darderi. He's made great strides in his ranking since the start of 2024. He's facing a big name for the second consecutive time at Hurlingham after he took on Matteo Berrettini in his opener and lost an epic match tiebreak 14-12. Sunny skies, this heat wave continues in London. Going to be very hot, in particular on Monday. Also Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday temperatures expected to be in the 30s Celsius.
Cilic is 38 years old from Croatia, ranked 85 in the world currently. He's been as high as world number 3. The Croat owns 21 ATP Tour titles, including 3 on the grass, 2 of them coming at Queen's Club. In Grand Slams, he has an incredible record. A semi-finalist at Roland Garros in 2022, a 2-time semi-finalist, once at the 2017 Wimbledon and 2018 Australian Open. And he was a US Open champion in 2014, defeating Kei Nishikori in the final. So we are delighted to welcome him back to the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. Please give it up for Marin Cilic. And his opponent, Luciano Darderi, 23 years old from Italy, born in Argentina. He's currently ranked 56 in the world, reaching a career high of world number 32 last summer. He's won 2 titles on the ATP Tour, his maiden one coming last year in Cordoba, and the second in Marrakesh this year during the clay season. The clay success continued in 2025 with 2 quarterfinal runs in Munich and Hamburg. On his debut this week at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, please give a warm welcome to Luciano Darderi.
So it is a matchup between Marin Cilic of Croatia and Luciano Darderi of Italy, with strong ties to Argentina. They grew up in Argentina, seaside town of Villa Gesell. Had the chance to represent Italy. Said that was largely a financial decision, but has ties to Italy through his grandfather and made that switch. He's an extremely good competitor already, Darderi. Has had more of the success, not surprisingly, playing on the clay so far. Off the clay he's struggled a little bit, but you'd expect him in the years ahead to make that transition given how hard he works and also his willingness to learn. Doing so more on the hard courts. He's actually got a better record on grass than he does on hard. And perhaps some of that is just making a tweak, making adjustments he feels like he has to make on grass, whereas on hard he might be playing more of his clay court game. But a lot to like in his game indeed for Darderi. He's facing Marin Cilic, who we know is a Grand Slam winner, doing so at the US Open, beating Kei Nishikori in the final, just beat another Japanese player at the Challenger final in Nottingham. Oldest Challenger winner he became, did Cilic. He was 36 years of age, will turn 37 in September.
2 minutes.
And on these lawns, loves playing on the grass. Wimbledon finalist, aside from being US Open champion on the hard courts. You might recall that final against Roger Federer. I think many going to that final thought that maybe he was the favorite against Roger. They just played the Australian Open final the year before. And Cilic lost that one in 5 sets. A very sad scenes that day because foot blisters did Cilic. Was emotional on the bench as the match developed, and there was really no way back from that. Unfortunate timing for those issues. And he's one of these bigger guys on the tour, but he's a gentle giant. He's very well spoken, very polite, well mannered. Is Marin Cilic. He's that big game, not only with the serve, but can thunder down the backhand. The backhand is so solid, so steady, has been over the years. The forehand, when it's working, is devastating also. However, that can be the wing that sometimes breaks down a little bit. Of course, these players getting on the grass, getting the match practice ahead of Wimbledon, starting on the Monday. He's been ready for a while, Darderi. Already sitting down.
Seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Luciano Darderi won the toss and elected to receive.
The player is already Darderi winning the toss, as you probably heard, electing to receive. 2 normal sets. If we go to a third set, that'll be a match tiebreak up to 10.
Time. First set, Marin Cilic to serve.
And it will be Marin Cilic
Play.
to start. And that's what he can do. First time these two have ever faced off.
Let for service.
Very distinctive ball toss head of the serve. You might have noticed already. It's one of these players who, years and years ago, many of those ball tosses, but it's a fairly simple motion. There was no pause, as there is right there. Couple times in the game, just having the time to run around, taking them forehand and not trying to be too fine with it. A lot of spin. Didn't try to rocket those forehands.
Game.
Serve with an ace. I'm just checking on the status of the ball girl there as that serve went into her.
First game.
130 miles per hour. His dad is Cilic. 2 kids with him at the hurling club. They're out for a little walk earlier. And he's checking on her again. Nicely done by Cilic.
Luciano Darderi to serve.
Oh, what a hit that was. He can do damage, plenty of it with that forehand. Of course, on these grass courts, the ball's going to skid, stay low, and shoot through the court. Mentioned earlier, Cilic winning that challenger title in Nottingham. Oldest grass court champion in challenger history. May have said overall, but that's not the case. Grass court winner. Previously a record held by Andy Murray. Saved the match point in the semifinals at that challenger against the rising Spaniard Martin Landelus. That one was pacey, 131 miles per hour. Quick holds for both. Wrong footing.
Low 15.
He was the one pulling the strings in that exchange. Cilic, whose ranking had dropped because of a knee injury, required a couple of surgeries. Well, you can see exactly why on a grass court that type of return has been used a lot over the years. with that ball skidding, but also ball coming quickly. Just that block of the chip return, starting the point off, making Cilic play the next ball. He has an opening here, Darderi. Oh, that one was not coming back.
30 all.
In May of last year, his ranking dropped outside the top 1,000 because he hadn't played many matches. He played 7 matches, a span of around 15 months. And that sort of ball has sometimes caused him trouble. Low the slice to the forehand, and he can mistime it, but not there.
Came Cilic.
Very nice serve from Cilic.
Cilic leads by 2 games to 1.
Came from behind to get that game. 2-1 in the first set. So talking about the history he made at the Nottingham Challenger by winning that grass court challenge over last year, top tier ATP level, won the title in Hangzhou. Ranked number 777th. Lowest ranked champion since 1990, Cilic. And one of those matches had to save a set point, pardon me, a match point. It was a set point, but also a match point deep in the third set. And it's one of those where his opponent might have had nightmares on that actual match point, the chance to defeat a Grand Slam winner that day in Hangzhou.
Time.
Yasutaka Uchiyama, second serve return, and Uchiyama's return went into that on a not particularly lethal second serve. So he won that match, then he beat Brandon Nakashima in the semifinals, and Zhang Zhizhen, hard-hitting final 7-6, 7-6. It shows you how much he still loves tennis, loves competing, and he feels he's got something left in his career. Cilic, the fact that he's grinding away at the challengers. He won clay court challenger earlier this season. I think that's more of a mindset, is something that he might just carry over when he's playing more of the hard courts later in his career, Darderi, maybe later this season. Well, we just missed it. He's been helped, no doubt, by watching what his peers in Italy have done. It used to be a nation, really, where you think of them just succeeding on the clay courts, but the last 5, 6, 7 years has not been the case. And he was coming in behind that, so didn't have to play the volley. led, of course,
2
nowadays
games
by Yannick Sinner, who's just made some more changes to his team, somewhat surprisingly. Also, Lorenzo Musetti came up really as a clay quarter, but he's become a semi-finalist at Wimbledon. And let's not forget Berrettini as well. Good deep return.
15 all.
That backhand just crept over, but that was the difficulty for Darderi.
30-15.
Maybe not as deep as he would have wanted. He was running that side. He lost to Berrettini in that match tiebreak 14-12 on Thursday. Went after it and made it. They both saved 2 match points apiece before Berrettini won it on his 3rd match point. That was the first match point either player had on their own serve. I just climbed over from Chosat, the backhand. He tried to get the whip curl on that forehand, Darderi, but he was backed up in a defensive position.
Leads by 3 games to 2.
And so he moved along in the first set. Cilic leading 3-2.
Time.
3-2 in this first set to Marin Cilic on serve. No break points yet. Ooh, almost worked out for Cilic.
15 love.
He's hoping for the call, didn't get it. Oh, he gave it to him. Let him put it away.
30 love.
17 wins, 19 losses this campaign for Darderi. But he's lost 5 matches in a row, including all 3 he's played on the grass at the ATV events this season. We'll see if he's going to maintain that sort of an attitude when he gets to Wimbledon.
3 games old.
For example, going after those second serves, really being bold, not retreating. And was it 40 love at the same time? He just played an Eastbourne this week. Did Darderi, lost to the American Marcos Giron 6-4, 7-5. And won less than half of his service points on the second serve. Well, that was an onslaught from Darderi until he just had one chance, Cilic, which he ripped a forehand. Not going his way in the end. Put that in the tram lines. Before that, title in Nottingham were the challengers for Cilic. Also played the Ilkley Challenger. Second round there was beaten by the American Zach Vida. Back up, fine return. Missed the Australian summer, that swing, Cilic. There's some setbacks, he said, in the off season, so just opted not to take a chance. Saves it in style. so he comes back, plays his first match of the season. Who was that against in Doha? Only Carlos Alcaraz. Or may have made it a late decision to play that. Maybe had a chance to drive through that one. Darderi. Just out of that game, saves the break chance.
Cilic leads by 4 games to 3.
The new balls will be on the way for Darderi in this first set. Alcaraz did win that match, but then Cilic made the quarterfinals in Dubai, where he beat the second seed Alex de Minaur, also Alexei Popyrin. He used to be a ball kid in Dubai at Darderi. He lived there for a while, did the Australian. Got into the French Open as a lucky loser, Cilic. That was the first time he played Grand Slam qualifying in a long time. It's 2006.
Time.
New balls indeed for Darderi. That's a nice net cord for Darderi. Complete throw off Cilic. Potent on the forehand, but again, looking so assured, not forcing it. He's had success with that shot today, that inside-out forehand. Looking at the line in the previous one, that was good. A backhand from Cilic. And now he's the one with a chance in this game. Oh, that's beautiful. Did not see that one coming. Did Cilic good disguise. He was also quickly trying to cover the open space, running over to his right, Cilic. Serve getting up high, had the kick.
4 games old.
That's a marker of just how grass court tennis has changed over the years. 70s, 80s, even 90s, hitting a kick serve Well, the grass court really wouldn't have much of an effect, wouldn't have bounced high enough. It stayed very, very low. These days the grass courts have changed.
Love. 30 love. 40 love.
Oh, he's racing through this game.
$40-15. Game Cilic.
That's going well from Darderi. I'll be looking for a break in the next game. Cilic.
By 5 games to 4.
That would give him the first set. He leads 5-4. Darderi's dad in the box, Gino, played at a very high level in the 1980s in Argentina. Also another tennis player in the family. That's the brother of Luciano, Vito. And he hopes to be a pro as well. He's just inside the top 40 now in the junior rankings. Similar to Carlos Alcaraz, has a brother playing in the juniors. He's looking for the pointers. He's looking at dad now with Darderi.
Time.
He's done that in his 2 matches. Mentioned his grass court swing already, playing at Eastbourne previously. Also played Halle. And also Sarah Tagenbosch in the Netherlands, both times losing third set tiebreak to Nicholas Jerry, first of all, former top 30. It's one of the harder times now. Jerry's had some health issues, and then Tsitsipas beat Darderi in the third set tiebreak.
15 love.
No. Wide. Huh? No. Go first. First serve.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ferrer is conceding balls. Tennis Cilic is conceding first serve.
So I'll do it again. Very sporting there by Darderi, and also by Cilic, who gives him the first serve. One of them was going to get their just desserts.
15 love.
Merited that point. Turned out to be Darderi.
$30.
Both checking in the state of that ball boy.
love.
No problems whatsoever in this game for Darderi.
Game Darderi.
Another one out wide. 5-0.
5 games all.
Two times.
Lovely.
Just barely clearing the net, but very effective from Darderi. That's exactly what he would have wanted. Ripped the first one, second one, finesse in the slice. He's got an opening now.
Love 30.
Phenomenal hitting. As he's taking advantage of that second serve, Darderi. Three straight break points. Well played by Cilic. Just held his ground right on the baseline.
50,
Very
40.
short on that two-hander. Guided it back into the open space. Second one saved. All three of them.
Deuce.
Just waited for him. Thought out of the corner of his eye
Advantage, Cilic.
where he was running, so put it the other way. That stayed so low. Saved all 4 breakpoints we faced in this set, Cilic.
Cilic leads by 6 games to 5.
6-5. And on a grass court, when you have a serve like Cilic, it'd be easier to save the breakpoints as compared to the other surfaces.
Time.
Second time serving to stay in this first set. Darderi.
15 love. Enough.
He's practicing those slices, but the last one was just hanging.
30-15.
Cilic able to attack it. Couldn't do anything there. Point away from a tiebreak in this first. And it will be settled by a tiebreak this first set.
6 games all. Tiebreak.
Increase the pace on that last ball with the forehand, Cilic. Good serve so far.
Darderi. Two all. Three, two. Cilic.
No, not wide. Maybe Darderi there. Just saying to himself, should he have expected that one out wide? He's lost his last 4. Tie breaks overall, Darderi at tour level.
Let. First service. Three all.
Yeah, it was floating. Vice person had a good look at it. And great to be joined by Mark Philippoussis now, who is alongside watching. And Mark, you've played your fair share of tie breaks over the years on a grass court. These two have been going hard in the first set. It's been a very competitive first set.
Yeah, these two big hitters right here, and as you can see, I think what's been very important is the first serve in this tiebreaker. Marin's served great so far, and let's see if he can continue to get that first serve in. It takes a lot of pressure off when it does go in.
Has been going with serve in this tiebreak. And that continues. Very nice volley.
4-all.
It's a nice finish from Marin. He's got such great technique on the volleys, as you saw. That was not an easy volley, but it made it look easy just with the beautiful technique he has.
So there is the opening mini break in this tiebreak.
One of the first ones I've seen Marin guide the ball. He didn't hit that one. I think I don't know if he was in two minds, but not normally kind of a miss you see coming from the backhand side, which is a pretty solid shot for him.
Couple of set points now. Can generate the heat on the serve. That was 129 miles per hour. Takes the first set. Darderi, who took on a Wimbledon finalist, and Matteo Berrettini, acquitted himself very well, taking on a Grand Slam winner here,
7 games to 6.
and gets the first set in the tiebreak. 7-6. You certainly know what it's like, Mark, to play on this grass. I know when you played, you felt like this was your really, well, it's the time you enjoyed the most, wasn't it? Playing on the grass, playing Queens, and then playing Wimbledon.
Definitely, grass was no secret. Definitely my favorite surface. It still is. I love this time of the year, one of the favorite times of the year, of course, especially when the weather's like this too. My gosh, just the icing, it's absolutely gorgeous today.
Yeah.
But especially here at Hurlingham, what an awesome opportunity to play an extra match on the grass, to get some confidence before Wimbledon, and to come out and also relax a little bit too, to get away from that, that pressure that builds before a Grand Slam at a beautiful club like Hurlingham. And like I said, the surface, the grass condition of this court is pretty much right where Wimbledon is. So it's a perfect way to prepare.
How has your week been playing the doubles? I know you've played against Mansour a couple of times, and he's going to be 70 soon, but it's been very fun watching. I know the fans have loved it. How have you felt playing it?
We're looking forward. Look, honestly, it's one of my favorite weeks of the year, also because of everything, because the club is beautiful, the sponsors we have is amazing, very special. There are not too many other events or exhibitions in the world where you'll get these kind of sponsors as there is here at the Giorgio Armani Classic. And the people here just make you feel so welcome. The energy we get from the crowd while we're playing is very special. Yeah. We love playing in front of the crowds. They give us that energy that just makes us not want to get off the court when we play these doubles matches. And our job is to entertain the crowd and to make them laugh. And so hopefully we do that. And today's the last day, which is always sad, but we're looking forward to get on the grass out here today.
And just talking about you and loving the grass, playing on the grass, but also, you've been pretty open over the years about how tough your transition was when you stopped playing tennis. You talked about, for example, being down at your home and I think you're at your house, you wouldn't leave for 3 months, you didn't know, you were scared, you talked about being angry. That transition is something that Marin, for example, is going to have to make, you think, fairly soon, because he's coming towards the end of his career. Do you have a keen eye for these things? Do you look out and you wonder, okay, this guy's going to be retiring, what their life is going to be like, and maybe some strategies you would give, or tips you would give to players?
Yeah, I think maybe like those two different scenarios. Marin's someone who, when it's time for him to stop playing, he can go out in his own accord, his own saying, as far as he's had an incredible, he's still going, but he's had an incredible career. Look how beautiful still hits the ball. So he's got time left in this game, that's for sure. But when it's time for him to call it quits, he can go out in his own accord, and I think that's a different thing than being in a situation where unfortunately the body lets you down, or having surgery, and not having your say, going out when you want to. So, but I think, look, at the end of the day, knock on wood, Marin has a beautiful family. His family's with him. He's got his wife and his 2 sons are with him. So I'm sure the transition is going to be very easy for him.
Yeah,
and I'm sure something he's looking forward to when the time comes.
He was mentioning earlier in commentary that he's had knee issues. Of course, you had severe knee issues. I think, 3 surgeries on both knees, so a total of 6. And as you were saying, it was kind of inflicted upon you that you had to retire.
13-15.
Well, I wonder too. You've talked about this in podcasts I've listened. You have a couple of kids, I think a boy and a girl. Mm-hmm. What are some of the life lessons you try to give to your children?
I think the biggest thing is trying to guide them on their right path, instilling just good habits, positive mindset, to be good people, humble, and that's the only thing you can do. Hopefully do the best as a parent, so when it's time for them to step up, make decisions on their own as they get older, yes, they will make their wrong decisions, but as long as it's something that's recoverable and that's the way to learn. That's life at the end of the day. We live, we learn, obviously, at the same time as being an athlete. It's tough because you are growing up in the public eye, so that's never an easy thing as well. But you grow up very fast when that happens. So, there's certain, decisions or things that happen that you can say mistakes, but it's life, and you know that if it comes to a similar situation, that you can let them know what you did and what happened because of that decision, and what you recommend, and like I said, try and guide them in the best way that you possibly can.
Am I right in knowing that your son actually wants to be a basketball player?
Yes.
And how is that going?
Great, yeah. He wants to play in NBA. That's his dream. So of course, as a parent, I will do my very best to try and guide him and support him in that journey of his. But I love basketball. I love the game. I love watching him play. So I'm very happy he's chosen that. So let's see. It's a start of a long journey.
What position does he play?
He moves around, to be honest. They get him moving around. Guard, he plays on the wing, so he moves around a little bit. He's a big boy, he's 11, he plays under 12s.
Okay.
But he moves around in matches depending on who's on the court, so that's a good thing.
And you and your wife, I know, also very busy as it relates to you have your own clothing brand.
Yeah. So also we have our daughter 6 years old, and she's very much a girl, which is beautiful. She loves her dancing classes. She does gymnastics. She's into her Hawaiian dancing classes right now because she loves Lilo and Stitch.
Okay.
So every day she does Hawaiian dance at home, and she's doing handstands. That's pretty much it. She probably does 500 handstands a day. But yeah, my wife and I have launched a clothing brand, and we're relaunching the brand in August, which we're excited about. Our active collection, our movement collection. So yeah, really excited about the future for that.
Some good products, I have to say. I was looking at the website, so it's good.
Yeah, we're getting there, but learning a lot, but something that we're excited about. Like I said, it's a passion project. It's turned into a business, so yeah.
How happy are you generally in life now compared to, let's say, 20 years ago?
I've always been a very happy person. But knock on wood, I'm very blessed. Number one is I'm healthy. I've found an incredible partner, an amazing wife, an amazing mother. She's healthy. We have 2 healthy kids. I'm not sure if I'm talking too loud. I had Marin look at me. Maybe he's asking for some tips. I'm going to tell him to cover that wide serve. But yeah, so we're very much blessed.
Love.
Luciano's really serving good, man. I mean, he's been playing here all week, but I think today is the best he's served. He's got some great rhythm right now. Oof!
Yeah.
He's on at that time.
30-15.
He's still got it, man. He's still got it. He's always had some of the best hands, some of the best returns, you know. That's just too good. He's someone, Marin is someone, for a big guy, he is a big guy. He's probably one of the best returners for a big guy, you know. One thing that's led to that US Open win, but a big game moves well for a big guy. You know, obviously, maybe, I don't want to say a step slower, maybe not moving as well as he was, obviously, years ago, but still moves incredibly well, and hits the ball as clean as ever.
I was mentioning earlier as well that when he made that Wimbledon final, I think a lot of fans will recall it was a very sad match for him because he had those foot blisters. He was in tears at the bench during the match against Roger. I also mentioned that going into that match, I think many thought that he was the favorite going into that match.
Well, look, with a game like that, you've got an opportunity. You always want to go in believing you have an opportunity. Of course, no matter every time you step on court, no matter who it's against. But like you said, he played some long matches getting into that final, and at least into a Grand Slam. Look, it's the 7th match into a second week of a best-of-5 sets. Someone is feeling something. Everyone is feeling something, that's for sure. But he had some crazy blisters where he could hardly move. I'm sure if it was any other match besides the Grand Slam final, he'd be maybe not even walking on the court. So he did the best he could. But of course, it was tough to watch, and it was very sad. But you know, hold his head up high because it was an amazing couple of weeks.
Let's.
And when you played your Wimbledon
First
final,
service.
your path to the final was a tough one. So you
Yeah.
had a lot of miles
Yeah.
on the clock, and I know it was a very tight first set. You felt like if you had maybe a few more percent, it could have gone your way. And you know, as we know, and statistically in tennis, if you win the first set, even in the best 3 out of 5, you win the majority of those matches.
Yeah, I had mini break in that tiebreaker. You know, I think a lot was momentum was a huge thing in that final.
New balls, please.
You know, if I'd held on, you know, if I'd won that first set, you know, who knows? But of course, that
leads
first set was
back to
incredibly
games to
important in that final, especially with Roger. That's his first Grand Slam. Final was my second, but you know, it was a very close first set. But but that like I said, that I had opportunities in that mini and with a mini break in that tiebreaker, but you know, it wasn't meant to be. But yeah, it's look, 2 weeks getting to a final of a Grand Slam is obviously a long journey, and it's a proud journey, but tough to go all that way and finish just short.
And I know you mentioned it in the podcast that I listened to, that whenever you're at Wimbledon, I'm sure you're going to be there again this fortnight, is you look up at the board.
Yes,
you
I
see
keep
the 2003.
yeah, I keep thinking maybe will it change? Will I this year will I get to see my name on 2003? I keep checking. I will check again this
Check
year.
again.
I'm going to check again this year. Don't worry.
You'll be playing Legends there?
Yes, yes. I'm playing with Leighton Hewitt this year, which is going to be a lot of fun.
Come on.
So that's great. Yes, yes. So at least half the team is going to be very fit and ready to go. That's for sure.
How about the current landscape, Mark? If we talk about what's happening now, how much of the French Open final did you watch between Yannick and Carlos?
I, unfortunately, because of the time, I tried to stay awake. I missed it, but watched the long highlights of it.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, tennis world was worried when Roger leaves and Rafa leaves, and when it's Djokovic soon. What's going to happen to tennis? Let me tell you, tennis is in very good hands, because what, you know, Sinner and Alcaraz, both those guys, what they've done to the game of tennis, they've taken it to another level. Every time they step on the court is incredibly special. The other great thing is you have two gentlemen on and off the court, great ambassadors for the game. You watch them on the practice court, they give you everything on the practice court as well. They stay at the end, they sign every kid's signature as much as they possibly can. They give back, and like I said, we couldn't be luckier for those two ambassadors that we have for the game of tennis. And I'm sure, you know, with what they're doing, they're going to have the guys behind them work harder, you know what I mean, to try and catch up. Just the same as Roger did, the same as Rafa did, and the same as Djokovic did. They raised the game of every other player on the tour, and I'm sure that's exactly what is happening right now.
I put you on the spot. A great passing shot by Darderi. There were some after that final who said that, some prominent analysts who said, you know what, those two guys, they would beat Rafa on a clay court, on that court, best 3 out of 5. What do you think about that?
That's tough to look. That's a very I'm going to say that's an unfair comparison. You know, I think what we should do is just, when a match like that happens, just enjoy it.
Yeah.
Just sit there and enjoy it. It's like having a conversation now, Roger or Rafa playing Rod Laver.
Yeah.
I mean, Rod Laver back in the day, it was a wooden racket, it was all gut. The head was maybe less than half the size. The sweet spot was the size of an apricot on the racket.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? You get some of these guys to try and hit with that wooden racket with us. They might not be able. They definitely won't be able to hit topspin ball.
Yeah.
Nothing the shot they can hit now.
Yeah.
Can they hit through the ball with a continental grip? Maybe not.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's complete different tennis. It's a different time. And again, Rafa too. The ball coming back with Rafa's spin at the top of his game, with the RPMs he has on his racket head speed, with what the ball is doing, the way he hits his shots. It's a different look.
Yeah.
The player's getting a different look, so it's unfair to compare, you know, apples to oranges. You know what I mean? I think, like I said, these guys are champions. Rafa is will go down as one of the greatest of all time, and I'm sure once the career is done, for Sinner and Alcaraz, they will also be one of the greatest of all time. And for them, knock on wood, they stay healthy. And I think we should just enjoy and appreciate the tennis that they're playing, and that's it.
Do you see it as a 2 or 3 horse race for the men's singles?
Well, right now, 2 horse. Yeah, like I said, I believe they've taken it's no disrespect. It's just anyone, of course, at the time is capable. You know, top players have been those guys, of course. But I'm just saying, the consistency of how they're playing and their results and what they've done, I just feel like they're
15
just
love.
on another level. Can guys catch up? Yes. Will they catch up? Yes. That's what, like I said, it's what the other guys did to push the game before them, and that's the beautiful thing about the sport. That's what happens when you have guys like that stepping up. They take it to another level, and then guys work harder to catch up. You know, like someone that's like, you know, Murray winning his Grand Slams, becoming number one in the world, winning his gold medals at the time when those guys were dominating.
15.
They made him better. Stan winning his Grand Slams at the time, being the best in the world, so it can be done, of course. He had to rise as well, and made him play better and work harder. So I'm sure that's what's going to happen too.
He's found that shot 4 or 5 times today.
I mean, these guys are hitting the ball so big and clean, man. It's been great to watch. Luckily, these guys get this hitting out of the way before our doubles comes at the end, and hopefully this crowd can continue to drink that champagne. So the more they drink, the better we look at the end.
Don't you worry, they'll be drinking.
That's
But
what I hope.
even without the champagne, you look absolutely fine. You know, going back to Carlos for a second, Mark, there was a lot of talk about the Netflix documentary made about his life and him saying that he doesn't mind going to Ibiza sometimes and, you know, having a good time. And actually went back this year after winning the French, although this time I think he said he was a bit more, more cautious. But don't you think that's important for players to just have a refresher a little bit? Of
course,
time?
my God, you got to switch off, man. I mean, the intensity and to win a Grand Slam, especially how physical French Open is, what he's done. You can't allow what you think there's something wrong with that guy going and enjoying himself in Ibiza, no matter where he wants to go. Good for him. Are you kidding me? He deserves it. I mean, absolutely. You got teenagers doing nothing, going there for you know, and staying there for a month and partying for a month. You know, to turn off and go there for a few days was my goodness. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's you have to. It's impossible to keep that intensity and to keep that focus and you know, if you don't get a chance to switch off at times.
Oh, he's missed it.
Yep.
Still chasing his Marin.
Deuce.
And of course he came back and he won Queens right away.
What's that?
He came back and won Queens.
Yeah,
Carlos.
so yeah, exactly.
Advantage, Darderi.
It's 136 miles an hour, that one. I tell you what, this guy can hit the ball. So much racket head speed he has on that forehand, on the serve. There's it, right there.
Yeah.
All right, it's been absolute
Mark, a pleasure. Thanks for your company. Appreciate it. And we'll see you at Wimbledon.
Yes, I'll see you at the doubles. You're going to be around for doubles?
We're playing together, didn't I tell you?
Oh, yeah? All right. I'm happy. All right.
I wish you did. Thank you. That's great nuggets from a man who achieved so much in the game, Mark Philippoussis, and also has talked very openly about what happened. He talked about his career, post-retirement career, and he will be at the doubles. But of course, you watch him today, playing it not before 6 p.m. local time on this center court. Having a good time, Darderi. Yeah, a smile on his face. He's up by a set in this one, leading on serve.
Time.
Walking back this side is Marin Cilic, playing at Hurlingham, and then at Wimbledon. Hasn't played there since 2021, so it has been quite a few years for Cilic. No doubt he's excited. Oh, that's a stunner. Found a bit of that spin also making it even more difficult for Darderi
15 love.
in that last edition. His ranking had dropped a little bit to just inside the top 40, but he still took the world number 2, Daniel Medvedev, to 5 sets. But it was a painful one because he was up 2 sets in that one.
30 love.
That after he suffered upset losses 2019, second round to Joao Souza, and the big one 2018. Guido Pelle came into Wimbledon that year in great form. Won the first 2 sets as well. A match that was interrupted, had to play it over 2 days. That was
40 love.
probably the biggest win of his career, Pelle. Made that final 2017 against Roger.
Legs. First service.
2014, 15, 16 quarterfinalist. He was stopped by either Novak or Roger as W19. Had a 2-1 lead against Roger. Seemed like he was in complete control. Had a huge chance to finish it in the 4th set, untaken.
Game, Cilic.
Gets to 3-0. He has beaten
3 games all.
Novak on a grass court, saving a match point to do so. That was at Queen. Not many can say that.
Love.
You might have heard it off the racket of Darderi. Missed it, but that's because of how hard he struck his shot, Cilic. Oh. Caught it perfectly. Not a bad serve whatsoever. 117 out wide. And not return. Putting him in trouble.
30-40.
Has a break point now, Cilic.
Deuce.
And what does he do? He just changes the direction on that serve. I've been going out wide.
Let. First service.
Your head is too strong.
Advantage Darderi.
Halt! Halt!
Deuce. Advantage Darderi. Game.
Now under the
Darderi.
tram line, so we saved that game for 4-all.
Darderi leads by 4 games to 3.
Pardon me, 4-3 now in this second set. Won another title, Darderi. This season, that was on the clay where he's had most of his success. That was one in Marrakesh. Won his maiden title last year on the clay in Argentina, in Cordoba. Came through the qualifying. Also a challenger winner, very high level on the challenger circuit. Previously in his career this year made another final in Naples.
Time.
That's nice. Let's see. Are getting into position, the linesperson.
First service. Fifth in love.
Well, there's that frustration. Can happen on grass court when opponent hitting big surges completely taken out of your hands. No chance to do anything with that. And it was on a second serve.
Love.
Inside the top 10 career-wise in history.
40 love.
Aces. Cilic. Since those records started being kept, John Isner leads the way. Then Karlovic, Ferrer, Luciano Lopez, who's playing Legends this week.
Game Cilic.
And Goran Ivanisevic at number 5.
4 games all.
4-all now in the second. As that ball was left short, he was able to move in.
15 all.
That's such good control of that shot throughout in this match. That inside-out forehand from Cilic. Was forced to swat because the time was taken away.
15-30.
Well, that was a chance for Cilic on that backhand. Usually so trusty. That rise last year for Darderi meant that he was able to play at the Olympics. Huge. One of those players who was able to benefit from a big climb 2024. Another one was Mariano Navone. Turn the game around now. Another chance there for Cilic, that time on the forehand. Played doubles with Lorenzo Musetti at the Olympics also. Had a bit of kick on the serve. And that forehand close to the line also. Danger averted by Darderi. 5-4 in the second. He'll be facing a former Wimbledon quarterfinalist first round at SW19. Roman Safiullin got a big game. And for Cilic, he'll take on the Belgian Rafael Coligno, who was supposed to make his Grand Slam debut at French Open, had to pull out injured. He's playing Wimbledon as Coligno. That's going to be, well, a special moment for him. First Slam main draw, and he's taking on the Grand Slam winner on a former Wimbledon finalist in Cilic.
Time.
Serving now to stay in this contest is Marin Cilic. Had some break points in this match, but no breaks. What a catch that was.
15 love.
Put him in the cricket patch.
Love. Love.
Paddock hitting that forehand. Off the ground, Cilic, no problems. Getting the hold there.
5 games all.
5-all.
Love 15.
Not many double faults in this match. They've combined to hit 30 aces. Oh, he fooled him. Opened up the face of the racket, so no wonder Cilic came charging and he thought it was going to be a drop shot. He's pushed into the corner from Darderi.
Lens. First service.
Getting down solo as you have to on a grass court, given the lower bounce to prepare for that forehand. Great execution by Darderi. I've been under some pressure earlier in the set on serve, but not there for Darderi.
Leads by 6 games to 5.
So he knows he's into a tiebreak in this second set at the very least. 6-5. This match 1 of 3 on the center court. After this one will be Ben Shelton. We're taking on Tomas Martin Etcheverry, who played yesterday.
Time.
Five, 6 in the second set. High ace count for Cilic, also hasn't hit a double. Oh. Maybe he made himself a target, putting his arms out there, Darderi.
30 love.
That was close. Close. Foul!
Oh, he's just made that, but it was a change of direction previously in that forehand down the
40
line.
love.
Got the point really in his favor, Cilic. He changed the direction.
Game.
So
Cilic.
into a second tiebreak now.
6 games over. Tiebreak.
Very little to separate the players early in the first tiebreak before Darderi pulled away. So that counters what happened in the first set tiebreak when we didn't have a mini break for a while. But straight away here, mini break to Cilic. Oh, but he gets it right back. Oh.
2-1 Cilic.
Didn't intend that to be a header. Once again checking. Cilic. All great work throughout. As you have to defend early there,
2
Darderi,
all.
moving back on the backhand side. Still had that early preparation. Again, the work there from the baseline from Darderi. Excellent.
3-2 Darderi.
Oh,
3 all.
it was there for him, Darderi. He's just, I think, asking his dad what he did wrong there, but did he have to go for that much? As that ball sat up. He's disappointed to miss that one. Really took the pace off on that second serve. Maybe an exhibition, but in these sort of tight situations, you see kind of what happens at tour matches manifesting itself here. I think he's taking advantage of that. Got that point. Maybe could have been 4-2 for Darderi. Instead 4-3 Cilic. Good response from Darderi.
4 all.
Halt!
Oh, he made it.
Cilic.
Able to capitalize on that second serve. Grass court tennis oftentimes coming out of tie breaks, and within those tie breaks, these sorts of points. Second serve late in a tie break. No, he missed it.
6-4 Cilic.
Two set points. stays in it.
6-5, Cilic.
So aggressive on that return. Did not retreat there, Darderi. No time at all. He was rushed on that forehand by Darderi.
6-0.
Out.
7-6, Darderi.
3 points in a row to Darderi. He now has a match point. No chance whatsoever.
Fault.
That hung.
8-7, Cilic.
Maybe he'd like the direction back on that return, Darderi. Down another set point. Saves the match point to get to a match tiebreak.
7-6, 1-0.
And for Darderi, will be a second match tiebreak this week against the Wimbledon
Ladies
finalist.
and gentlemen, a 10-point match tiebreak will now be played to decide the match.
Well, he could do nothing about the match point. Absolutely nothing. Crack that serve. Maybe go back to that point when he was up 3-2. Short ball on the forehand. That was a crucial point. Had he gotten a 4-2 match, may have been his.
Time.
Final set. Match tiebreak. Marin Cilic to serve.
Marin Cilic should start. Let's match tiebreak.
One zero Cilic. Let's first service. One oh.
Jammed him. Great body serve there from Darderi.
Two one Darderi.
If you look at tour level, and Cilic played a very, very long match against Andrei Rublev a couple of years ago at the French Open. Memorable match tiebreak in that one. Hit 33 aces on a clay court. '88 winners in total in that match. He was on fire. Cilic. Oh, on the back foot. That was Djokovic-esque.
2-all.
Those are the types of shots he hit against Rublev in that match at Roland Garros. And then after that, remember the match he played against Casper? He had the lead early. Was bossing that match before Ruud came back to win. Otherwise, he would have made all 4 Grand Slam finals in his career. As it turned out, he was just the 5th active man to complete his Grand Slam semi-final collection.
3-all.
At the time, and I think we guessed who the other four were. Yes, the big four. Roger, Rafa, Novak, and Andy.
Cilic.
He hasn't hit many of those forehands this entire match, where he just snatches a little bit at the forehand there. So mini break now to Cilic. Ferrer gets it right back. Well, he was made to go for it because pushed into that forehand corner. If he put that cross court, Darderi would have been there. Open space for him on the reply. Well, he got both points on a Cilic serve now. That's a bit of a cushion and advanced stage of this match tiebreak. 6-4. Great length from Darderi. Cilic with some work to do in this match tiebreak.
First service.
Oh, had to be that precise. I have some time to think about it. Sometimes it can be more difficult shots. Had he lost that point, probably say that would have been curtains for Cilic. A wild swing.
7-6, Darderi.
On the return from Darderi. Oh, beautiful. That has to be one of the points of the match, given he defended so well off the return, Darderi. And turned it into attack. It's got another match point, this time 3 in a row for Darderi. Luciano Darderi came up a little bit short earlier in the week against the Wimbledon finalist and Matteo Berrettini, but today he gets the victory in a match tiebreak against another Wimbledon finalist and Marin Cilic.
Please give it up for Luciano Darderi and Marin Cilic.
Hard fought. They were going at it from the baseline, slugging away. Well played to both as they get their final preparations before Wimbledon. And we'll get a chance to hear from both of them.
Marin, that was a cracking contest out there. You have a big smile on your face. Did you enjoy yourself?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Luciano played, crazy tennis. This is first time that we are actually playing together and we never practiced together. So he's, a fantastic player. Moved up the rankings last few years incredibly well, and it was, for me, great joy to play here. Was hottest day of the year. So.
It's a little toasty, that's for sure. But grass is one of your favourite surfaces. You've had so much success on it. What's it like being back on the grass? You won a challenger last week. Are you feeling good?
Yes, I am. Well, I haven't played on grass since 21, so it's been a couple of years. It was a few years of roller coaster, but last week and the last couple of weeks I was in England, played in Ilkley, up in the north. That was a lot of fun, and then in Nottingham had a fantastic week, won over there. So it was beautiful to get another trophy, and looking forward to start up Wimbledon.
Yes, in fact, this is going to be your 15th Wimbledon, if I've got that correct. Well, that's what the Wimbledon website says, so if I've got it wrong. Not that we're counting at 38 years young, Marin. 36, apologies for that. I shouldn't add 2 years. Novak was yesterday, he was 38, getting the numbers mixed up. But look, he's old. Oh gosh, you can tell him that. I'm not telling him that. But you told him, okay, great. Now look, it's going to be your 15th Wimbledon. How much have you enjoyed it over the years?
Well, a lot. It was lots of beautiful years. It was one year was obviously a beautiful one. 2017 reached the final over there. was a little bit of a heartbreaking, to be honest. But you never know. You know, you can never say what's going to happen in next 2 weeks. So just keeping myself in a good form and just try to play the best I can.
Well, it's great to see you back on the grass. Thank you so much for coming back to the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, and all the very best at Wimbledon.
Thank you guys, and enjoy the rest of the day, and see you at Wimbledon.
Marin, everyone. And now over to the man who was playing crazy tennis, according to Marin Cilic. Luciano, that was such a great match. How good were you feeling out there?
Yeah, for me it was a pleasure, no? Playing with Marin when I was young. I watched you to be when you went to US Open, so for me playing with you here is something amazing, no? It's a dream come true playing with this type of players, so it's very impressive for me. So I'm very happy. It's the first time that we practice and playing together that you said before. So I'm very happy to be here with this crowd. It's amazing before Wimbledon have this feeling, no? Like a serious match. So it's really nice to play here.
Yes, you beat Philippoussis yesterday, and did you? Sorry, Thomas Etcheverry yesterday. Goodness me. Oh my brain is.
I look the same?
My brain is toast today. Look, you won 2 out of 2. That's the main thing, isn't it? So how good preparation has this been for you?
Yeah, it's amazing to play here. And then it's tournament Armani, and for me it's really good to play here, no? Because it's my first year with Armani, and to have the invitation here is something really good. Playing against number 3 in the world, so for me it's a pleasure, no?
And Marin has played, well, he'll play 15 Wimbledons. This will be your second. Is that fact correct? Have I got that one right?
Yeah.
That's right, okay, folks. Yeah, I might be rehired for next year. But look, how excited are you to play at Wimbledon just for the second time?
Yeah, I wait. All the people are cheering for me from Monday, so I'm very happy to come back on grass. I hope to come back next year here. I think now I need a beer or some drinks.
Yes!
All of that.
Maybe some rosé. I think we've got some Whispering Angel.
Yeah, I think I need some beer before Wimbledon, so let's do it.
Great preparation, Luciano. That's fantastic. But look, it's been great to have you here, folks. Luciano Darderi. Okay, folks, in a couple of minutes we'll have our second match of the day on the court. The world number 10, Shelton, he'll be taking on Thomas Etcheverry. Mr. Cilic, I know you're the nicest man in the world, but we've got our players ready for the next match. If you don't mind coming off, we'd be grateful. Okay, folks, it's time for our second match of the day on the court. On debut here at the Hurlingham Club, it's the current world number 10 from the USA, Ben Shelton. And his opponent back here for the second time in 2 days. Please give it up for Thomas Etcheverry. Doing our coin toss for this match is Gordon Sampson, a Giorgio Armani client and a big tennis fan.
Players on court for this second match on the center court featuring Ben Shelton, the lefty from the United States with that explosive game, very lively on court, a vibrant personality, and taking on Thomas Martin Etcheverry from Argentina. They faced off a few times, and so far Shelton has gotten the better of it. And their head-to-heads, these players are getting the final prep for Wimbledon, which of course starts on the Monday. Still sunny and hot in London, temperatures around 30 Celsius. It's going to get even hotter tomorrow, Monday. Etcheverry having already played this week and was a winner against Stefanos Tsitsipas in a match tiebreak.
Okay, let's start with Thomas Etcheverry, who's 25 years old from Argentina, currently ranked 53 in the world. He reached a career high ranking last year inside the world's top 30 at number 27. This season, he's had quarterfinal runs in Santiago and Halle, where he defeated the world number 14, Andrei Rublev, plus a semi-final run in Hamburg. In slams, his best result to date came at Roland Garros in 2023, where he was a quarter finalist. So please welcome back for the second time this week to the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, Thomas Etcheverry. His opponent today is Ben Shelton, who's 22 years old from America. This year he broke into the world's top 10 for the very first time and currently sits at that career high of number 10. That ranking comes from some brilliant results this year, including a fourth round run at Roland Garros, quarterfinals in Indian Wells, semi-finals at the Australian Open and in Stuttgart, plus he was a finalist in Munich. On top of that, he owns 2 ATP Tour titles, coming in Tokyo and Houston. Elsewhere in the slams, he was a semi-finalist at his home slam at the US Open, losing out to the eventual champion Novak Djokovic. On debut here at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, please give it up for Ben Shelton.
Only just 22 is Ben Shelton, but he's made a name for himself already on the tour. As we heard some of his accomplishments, seems like at these big events, thinking about the Grand Slams in particular, he has come out. Shelton produced his best results. Australian Open semi-finalist, US Open semi-finalist, second week already, Wimbledon and Roland Garros. Really a lot to love about his game, and you feel like there's still a lot he can accomplish in his game to polish up. Already doing so very well. This is a grass court swing that has been a bit of a mixed bag for Shelton. He's on a 3-match losing streak, in fact. Made the quarterfinals in Stuttgart. That was a good start for him. Beat the future Queen's finalist a week later, Yuri Hechka, for losing to Sasha Zverev, who's had his number a little bit because they also faced off on the clay in Munich. That was won in the final by Zverev. After that, went to Queen's, lost to the lucky loser, Arthur Rinderknecht from France, who also played college tennis, just like Shelton. On a grass court, he's so dangerous. Rinderknecht, he showed it there. And then Shelton was the top seed in Mallorca earlier this week, beaten by his younger American, the left-hander, fellow left-hander Leonard Tien. Had a lead in both sets, or Tien was able to rally and win it in 2. Talking about the players and their serves this week, well, for Shelton, that serve can get up there at 150 miles per hour. He can slam it home. Etcheverry also has that tall frame. He can rain them down. Not as much pace as Shelton. Not for Etcheverry. That's something you keep an eye on. And we'll keep an eye on it during Wimbledon, for example, is second serve points. How many points does he win behind his second serves? Because the opponents can really capitalize on that second serve of Etcheverry's. They've got, of course, playing on the clay. Here's the Grand Slam quarterfinals, Etcheverry.
Right of the chair, Thomas Martin Etcheverry will toss and left twist.
That was the Roland Garros. He's a dog named Roland Garros. That's Etcheverry. So just about set to begin the second match at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic at the Hurlingham Club between Shelton and Etcheverry.
First set, Ben Shelton to serve. Ready?
Shelton to begin this match. Last time these two faced off, indoors last year in Basel. Won in straights by Shelton. He's won their last 4 sets, in fact. There's the first serve in play for Shelton.
Serve to 15.
Such a good volley. Putting it down the line. Behind Shelton. Etcheverry, pardon me. Gets the hole to start.
Shelton. First game.
Mention some of his standout results this year, including making that final, for example, on clay in Munich at a 500 level event. Not many Americans over the years on the men's side have made a clay court final in Europe at 500 level or higher. It's been pretty rare. Last one was Andre Agassi more than 20 years ago.
Takers, people please. Players are away. Thomas, Martin, Etcheverry this one. Let's first serve.
Also, when he made that fourth round, Roland Garros became the fourth youngest American man to make the fourth round or second week at all four of the majors. The names ahead of him: Sampras, he won loads of Grand Slams. Courier, same thing. Sort of variation on the forehand there from Shelton. High loop on one of the forehands, flattened out of the next one. Does have different shots at his disposal as much as we think about him having the power, Shelton. Another player ahead of him, Aaron Krickstein, and he was former world number 6.
4-0.
Might be most famous, however, Krickstein for playing that match against Jimmy Connors at the US Open. Right near the end of his career, Connors had that fairy tale run. Epic comeback against Krickstein.
Game. Etcheverry.
Trading holds to start.
1 game.
That approach was so good. Shelton very, very deep.
15.
Oh, there's the boomer down the middle, 132. And he can get much higher than that, Shelton. The power, followed by that fine touch up at the net.
40.
So fairly uneventful.
Shelton
First
leads 2
three
games to 1.
games of this match, no hint of a break point. Shelton leading on serve 2-1.
Time.
Etcheverry 1-2 in his first set.
Love the field.
14-18 record this season for Etcheverry. Deepest run making the semifinals on clay in Hamburg just before the French Open. Oh, and that's the wildest we can see sometimes in his game, Shelton.
15.
Well done. Chasing that one down. Almost into the stands, Etcheverry. Also was a quarterfinalist in Santiago in the clay at altitude. Also last date in Halle, just recently on the grass. Excellent serve out wide. Gave him no chance. He had a dramatic one on the grass at Halle against Andrei Rublev. Etcheverry had a match point. The second set, didn't take it. Then he had to save a match point in the third set tiebreak to prevail. There's good shape on that forehand. But the work done previously, he was able to move forward, take it early.
Cheers.
He was in that corner, but it's a very difficult chance for Shelton.
Advantage Etcheverry.
At the mercy of Etcheverry there for another game point.
Again Etcheverry.
Hold for 2-all.
2 games.
Oh, I missed that one. It was fine work by Etcheverry. On the ball that was really low. Getting the whip, a spin on that forehand to keep it in play. Oh no, he's missed it.
Love 30.
He's got a chance in this game, Etcheverry.
Quiet, please.
Oh, he was caught out. What a stretch that was by Shelton. And he was initially surprised that Etcheverry got that ball back, but he did. And at the lunge.
40.
Now the time, take it away. Just lacking some first serve, Shelton. The last serve 85 miles per hour. 2 break points for Etcheverry. I have to see this from Shelton. See if he gets out of this game, but on these points where he's down, break points, there's just no backing down. He really goes after it. A little of the pace off on that serve. Saves the second one.
Advantage Etcheverry.
Didn't flinch. Said bless you to a fan. He would sneeze. Just carried on with the service action, Shelton.
Yes.
Third one wiped away.
Advantage Shelton.
And saves that game.
Shelton. Shelton leads 3 games to 2.
3-2 in this first set. Shelton will face qualifier first round. Wimbledon, the Australian left-hander. Big serve Alex Bolt. He loves playing at Wimbledon. And on the grass, Alex Bolt. And for Etcheverry, it's Jack Pennington Jones, a wild card, British wild card. Shelton in the top half of the draw. He'll start as a result on the Tuesday.
Time.
Etcheverry also will start on the Tuesday. Oh, straight arm on that forehand. Grigor Dimitrov into the stands on the follow through.
Starts it up. That's the first step. So it's a 50.
Missed that previous forehand when he had an opportunity. May have carried over into the next shot for Etcheverry. 30 all. Oh, good stretch. And a good leap. He is tall, hard to get it over him.
40, 30.
Six foot 5, 196 centimeters, Etcheverry.
Again, Etcheverry. 3 games.
123 miles per hour. On that serve from Etcheverry, he's not going to match Shelton in terms of average pace first serve, but had some heat on that one. Coming up through the ranks with his fellow Argentines, good crop of them. Sebastian Baez, who is going to take on Jack Draper, first round Wimbledon. Francisco Cerundolo, another one.
50.
They go back to their junior days, even when they were children, playing against each other. For Etcheverry, when he was younger, his parents said he took losses very, very tough. Yeah, I just got very upset. And for a time, they didn't know if he'd be able to keep on playing because of that. He took things very, very hard when he lost, but was able to ease into his junior career.
Game, Shelton, new balls, please.
So moving along in this first set after that hold, a quick one for Shelton.
Shelton leads 4 games to 3.
He needs 4-3 in this opener.
Time.
He's serving Etcheverry, somebody who came up through the ranks. Idols were Juan Martin del Potro, fellow Argentine, with that hammer of a forehand. Also Novak. He's had a chance to face for a career. Well, I think that missed, but I have to say credit to Etcheverry on that forehand. I had to wait for it. Manufacturer's own power did so.
Charge 50. That's first serve.
Cloud cover all of a sudden over the center court. Some respite from the heat for these fans, also the players. Calls himself a hard worker. Etcheverry, and something also noted by his peers. He's more liked is Etcheverry. Look at these two, their games. It's really much more the flair game going to Shelton. Not only dropping it, but going back in behind. Excellent choice of shot there by Etcheverry. The wind also now just kicking shaking up a little bit.
Etcheverry,
Very deep in the box. Gets the 4-all.
4 games.
And for Etcheverry this season, it's been a bit of a mixed bag talking about his record. Unlike his record from the previous 2 seasons. Changed coaches end of last season. Changed rackets. He's not quite sure if that's worked out for him. I had that good result going to the French Open playing in Hamburg, and then I think in a match May thought was going to be quite close. He was beaten comprehensively by Tsitsipas first round Roland Garros. Oh. Speaking of the flare, well, that might have been a tweener from Shelton. Views in Etcheverry's situation. Not dropping many points on serve. Shelton, another 40 love. What a measured point. There played by Shelton. Gets his reward as the air comes off the racket of Etcheverry.
5 games to 4.
And he's on top now, 5-4 in the first.
Time.
Novak was on this court yesterday. He did his press conference at Wimbledon today, and they were asking about his longevity. Could it be, for example, his last Wimbledon? He said, my wish is to play for several more years. I'd love to be healthy physically and also mentally motivated to keep on playing at the highest level. That's the goal, he said, but you never know at this stage.
15.
He was just recently saying that, as mentioned yesterday, that he has his eyes on the next Olympics. Los Angeles on the hard courts, 2028. If he plays there, he would of course be the defending champion. Heat 2 quickly out to 40 love Etcheverry. With a pirouette. Backhand flying on Shelton, 5-0.
5 games.
Well, he really tried to ask the question there of Shelton with that forehand, put it deep and drive it. Still overcooked it. Maybe didn't quite get the bend in his knees he was looking for in that half volley, Shelton. We have to be careful. I don't want to have an injury before Wimbledon. Slight slip, but he caught himself there, Etcheverry. Oh, he was going to be stretching there. That ball was in.
Shelton leads 6 games to 5.
He's guaranteed a tiebreak in this first set is Shelton.
Time.
Carlos Alcaraz also talking to reporters today at Wimbledon. He was asked what he was doing after Queens, the disconnect. Said he played golf with Andy Murray. That was on the Monday. Looking for 3 in a row at Wimbledon. Carlos played the Junior Invitational at Hurlingham 2019. And winning the first point here for Shelton, just a little bit more of the pressure on
Love
Etcheverry.
30.
If he can get to love 30, then it'll be escalated. One of his biggest serves so far of this match, Etcheverry, 131 miles per hour.
That's a tight ball.
Towards 50.
He went after it.
40, 50.
And made it Etcheverry 2 game points to get to the tiebreak.
Forty, 30. Yeah, Etcheverry.
From his perspective, Etcheverry safely going along that return. 6 all. Had 3 full sets so far today. All 3 of them going to tie breaks.
One, 0. Shelton.
Tour level tie breaks this year for Shelton. On the grass, he's lost his last 5. Oh, someone dropped that, somebody said. He did drop it. I think in truth he was just going with one hand instead of 2.
1.
Well, maybe if you catch the ball afterwards, or you get a gift, I think that's more important, but we'll see if he gets a second chance.
2, 1, Etcheverry.
Again, was able to just catch himself as he was expecting. Maybe they want to go cross court.
2.
Pull it into the corner nicely by Etcheverry.
3, 2, Etcheverry. 4-2 Etcheverry.
Still has the lead at the change of ends of this tiebreak, Etcheverry.
Left, first serve.
Ooh. 132. I think it's fastest so far
Etcheverry.
of the match for 5-2. Four set points on the way.
6-2 Etcheverry. Etcheverry.
He's got two on his own serve now, so looking good for Etcheverry to get this set. Oh, recovered from the slip and still with acrobatics between the legs from Etcheverry. But he does take the first set and a tie break. When that first serve went in, not many points lost behind it. Any similar, in fact, only 2 points lost. Etcheverry 3 for Shelton. Shelton did have to save those break points. A few more looks and a few more points won for Shelton behind the Etcheverry second serve. But serve dominated that first set, really. First serve percentage in the 60s. Good number for Shelton, 68% first serve percentage.
Time.
Etcheverry winning the first set, and he's going to start off set number 2.
Second set, Etcheverry.
Between that showing how Also played on the grass did Etcheverry. So Tagenbosch in the Netherlands. Lost his opener to the big serving Otto Virtanen from Finland, 7-6, 7-5. He was always chasing in that match and only won 59% of his first serve points. That's a number that really stands out on the grass, especially if you look at the serve that he has. And then Mallorca lost his first match as well to Roberto Bautista, the former Wimbledon semi-finalist from Spain. Well, he was up by setting a break in that match. Etcheverry. Good wheels to get to Etcheverry. He chases everything down. Such a determined competitor.
First game, second set.
Gets the hole to start. Not quite there for Etcheverry.
15.
Did make the second round of Wimbledon last year. Beaten by Alexei Popper in the Australian. Who could do it on all the surfaces. That was a 5-setter. He was up 2-1 in sets. Was Etcheverry.
Total.
Oh, he was chasing, and then Shelton had no chance to chase.
30-50.
An excellent forehand from Etcheverry. Oh, he knew what he was doing. You could see why he was doing that. There was that part of the court open. He didn't really have a chance to drive that backhand, Etcheverry.
Game. Shelton.
1-0 in the second.
One game.
Does have a former player in this camp, one who achieved a lot in the game, won Monaco, had some injuries, but he was well inside the top 20.
Total up.
No panic whatsoever. Cool as a cucumber, Etcheverry. He knew they had so much of the the court open anywhere would have done.
4-0.
A third straight top 100 finish last season at Etcheverry. Made a final on clay. That was in Lyon, just ahead of the French. So he's done well at those clay events. Right before Roland Garros, he was beaten by the Frenchman in that final. Ivani Petit-Pericard, third set tiebreak where he could have won the match.
Yeah.
No call, maybe he was thinking one should have came, Shelton.
Actually, it's 2 games to 1.
And so on his own serve, Etcheverry. Shelton finding it hard to make a dent. And he inroads 2-1 in the second.
Evil. Time.
New ball, so I think just caught unaware there, Shelton. Changed the racket as they do these days. Well, that net cord had Etcheverry in a spot of bother. Was able to get himself back into the point against the Shelton. As mentioned, he was playing in Mallorca. He had a chance to meet the former NBA player from Spain, Rudy Fernandez. They played on the tennis court, then they played basketball. And Shelton was pretty good. Flattened out on that forehand, Etcheverry.
15-13. That's first serve.
And great control on the backhand, and Shelton in reply just snatching at the forehand. He's gonna have to save more break points. Came up with first serves when he saved those break points of the first set, Shelton. That's another one.
That's first serve.
I think that's his biggest so far of the match. 135 miles per hour.
Advantage, Shelton.
That's the hallmark of grass court tennis. If you have a big server, they can just erase those break points very quickly. Oh, he's made it. He thought he missed his return, Etcheverry. It was a miss hit, but it landed well in. So still a chance of getting a break in this game, the Argentine. Thought about going over, landed on his side, so third break point in this game. Well, you knew that was coming given what's happened in this match when he's been down break points. That'll be frustrating for Etcheverry because he was there, had a chance, and oftentimes facing the Shelton chip, you don't have that chance. Get a racket to it. Two all.
Two games.
He's talking about playing on the grass. Not many grass court seasons for him. Shelton earlier there in the swing saying he feels way ahead of where he was this time last year. His movement, general grass court play. Matchman played in a good spirit, applauding each other's good shots. Part of his team. Shelton's physio and trainer from Argentina, Gabriel Etcheverry. He did a lot of work playing on the clay this season. They're all waiting. Was that going to land in or out? It was good. He's gotten a couple of points in the Etcheverry service game here, but the problem was he was already down 40 love Shelton, so still with a game point for Etcheverry. And then he comes up with that.
Etcheverry leads 3 games to 2 and by 1 set.
Indeed, he's up by a set and 3-2 in the second against Shelton.
Time.
You can do that on grass against a big server. Just start off the point, get that return in play. Obviously, got a chance, and especially Shelton does like to go for his shots. He can miss, and radar off on that one. However, produces that serve. Shelton playing college tennis, and not only that, he was playing with his dad as a coach, former pro Brian Shelton, who loved playing on the grass. Dad was a right-hander. Oh, only just.
15, 20.
And it wasn't a situation in terms of him coming up to the ranks where, for example, he played a lot of tournaments outside the U.S. ITF juniors. That wasn't the case for Shelton. Played through the high school ranks then in college. He just figured it was better for his development. He could learn. Well, felt like he was in some trouble when he was backed up early in that exchange, Shelton. Was able to recover. First time he played the Australian Open, played the Australian Summer. Very hardly struck that forehand by Etcheverry.
40.
Gets another break point. That was in 2023, first time he played at the Australian Open, beforehand also in the build-up. It's the first time he was outside the US. Oh, he's made it.
Etcheverry 4 games to 2.
Extremely precise with that backhand, Etcheverry. 4-2. But now, the front runner in this match, how will he handle it? Etcheverry. Again, worth mentioning. Okay, yes, it's an exhibition, not an official match, but on this grass court swing. Not many opportunities to play on this surface out of Wimbledon. And we've seen it this week. Some very intense matches. And indeed, he's down love 30. Etcheverry. Shelton there was just so solid. Didn't try to force it. He's missed some first serves in this game, Etcheverry. And that forehand also is unraveling in this game. Oh, that's like gold dust. That'll be a return for Etcheverry. Second serve return miscue. I'm not up.
30-40.
Two of them saved. Yeah, he's missed that. And he felt it in that game, no question, Etcheverry.
Etcheverry leads 4 games to 3.
First time he's been broken. Back on serve in the second.
Time.
Quickly back on serve, Ben Shelton in the second set. That's great. Return by Etcheverry. That serve had him all tangled up. Still the racket out in front, being able to keep it in the court. Meanwhile, Shelton was frustrated that he missed the first serve.
Love 13.
Got that first serve, but into that hitting zone of Etcheverry. He's very solid on that two-hander. And speaking of solid again, on the backhand. He drove it deep. More trouble here on serve for Shelton, down low 40. Not only a break, but a break to love.
Etcheverry leads 5 games to 3.
5-3. Now trying to serve it up is Etcheverry. Oh, yeah, it was on the line. Mentioned the last match in Basel last year indoors. Etcheverry came close to beating Shelton Cincinnati in the hard courts also last year, 6-7, 7-6, 6-3. Had a match point in the second set tiebreak. Ended up being broken his last service game of the third set, Etcheverry. Shelton needs to break here to keep this match going, but it's 30-love. Well, it was difficult. It's one of those where he made up his mind to come in. He was serving and volleying, doing it for the first time in the match. If he didn't serve and volley, hit that exact same serve, then he would have had a, what'd you say, a pretty simple put away on the forehand. Lead gone in this game. And in that return, I'm all playing about awkward part of the court. Again, just missing out on the first serves. These clutch moments. He's missed that from 30-love. Second time broken.
Etcheverry leads 5 games to 4 and by 1 set.
Still in it is Shelton.
Time.
Surely now Shelton is going to hold.
That's the better point.
I think a ball fell out of his pocket, so first time that happens, play a let. Second time, he'll lose the point. May have worked out well for Etcheverry. One of the quickest reactions the whole day. Lines judge there. Back and behind with success.
15.
Well, for once he missed a backhand return because he's been so good, Etcheverry, in terms of leaving it short, giving Shelton a chance on that second serve.
30-15.
Pressing now, it seems like Etcheverry going to be understandable given
14-15.
opportunities he's had to wrap this match up in 2. Might still do it in 2, but might have been done already, having had that 30 love when he was trying to close it out.
Game shot.
5-all.
5 games. Left for serve.
That'll be a relief for Etcheverry.
15.
Yes, he'd love to go into Wimbledon having won these 2 matches against Tsitsipas, which he did in a match tiebreak,
Left for serve.
and Shelton came in as a late replacement for Lorenzo Musetti.
Turtle. Portal.
This time, he's able to protect a 30-love lead. If that doesn't show you tennis in terms of the mental side of the game, serving at parity as opposed to trying to close it out. That's a good example of it. He's ahead again, 6-5.
Time.
Sleeveless on display from Shelton. Serving 5-6.
15.
Tough chance for Etcheverry. It was very simple right at the end for Shelton. He wants to maintain this winning record, perfect record against Etcheverry. Because next time they face off at tour level, if he's able to get this win, Etcheverry, you don't think it would help his confidence? It certainly would. Whoa. A shot like that will help also. He ripped it.
40-15.
He had the chance, he took him in the backhand. That was so well struck by Shelton.
6 games all tiebreak.
Tie breaks are plenty today on the center court. Luciano Darderi earlier winning a match tie break against Marin Cilic after the first 2 sets went to tie breaks. It was an excellent serve from Shelton for 1-0. Oh, that return. Low to the feet.
2-1. Etcheverry. Etcheverry.
Slams down 2 of them. That now is biggest of the match, 135 miles per hour. It was 134. Not sure if he just had a peek at the board there after that last serve from Etcheverry. Said, okay, I want to crank this one up. That's not as high as he can go because it's been much higher than that. From Shelton, some of the serves he's hit in his career. At 147 a couple of years ago. Oh, couldn't get the bounce he was hoping for. Shelton. So once again, this match is on the racket of Etcheverry. Serving great in this tiebreak, Etcheverry.
6-2. Etcheverry.
4 match points. This will be a confidence booster for Tomas Martin Etcheverry ahead of Wimbledon. A late replacement, he comes in and he gets 2 wins against players who've had his number, Stefanos Tsitsipas and Ben Shelton. Today in 2 tie breaks, 7-6, 7-6. His part, he was able to regroup after not able to serve it out in the second. Shelton, I feel like after doing that, that second set was going to go his way. But in that tiebreak, Etcheverry, that serve came out, fastest serves, and he goes through. Wins the match, I should say. His preparations end at the Hurlium Club, and now he can firmly ponder Wimbledon in that first round against the wildcard Pennington Jones. We'll get a chance here from both of them, chatting with Jenny.
Ben, on debut here at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, how's your day been?
Yeah, it's been great. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having us here. This is a beautiful club, amazing court. Not too many grass courts of this quality in the world. So for me, it was an honor to come play in front of you guys. And I hope you enjoyed the tennis today and this whole week. I know it's kind of a tradition to play this EXO before Wimbledon, so just happy that I could finally be a part of it. Hopefully come back sometime in the years to come. And yeah, hope some of you guys come out to Wimbledon as well. And I'm really excited to get the tournament started.
As the world number 10, we might invite you back. Maybe. I think you've got some fans around the place though. But look, things are going pretty well in the Ben Shelton camp. Top 10 in the world. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's a team effort, for sure. It's been a lot of fun traveling around the world with my family, friends, team members. It's a different lifestyle. I probably didn't think I'd be here in a few years that I've been on tour. So to be able to play high quality matches all around the world, play against guys like Tommy and just so many different game styles, it's a lot of fun. It's a challenge. It's a really difficult sport, one of the hardest in the world because of how much we travel, but I couldn't be happier to be in London right now.
And it's kind of nice to have your dad with you the whole time, isn't it? Like, everyone needs a Brian Shelton in their life. He is a great man, isn't he?
Yeah, I guess so. Maybe not everybody could handle having a Brian Shelton as a father figure. You gotta be tough.
How about having a Ben Shelton figure as a son?
Not many people can handle that either. So it goes both ways, but we're a good match, and you can't forget about my mom. You know.
She's also a legend. She's got to put up with both of you.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest job. So you have my dad, me, and so my mom handles all of it, and yeah, it's been pretty cool to be able to share a lot of these moments with them. My sister's here as well, my girlfriend. So we've had a lot of fun in London so far, and yeah, hopefully be here for a couple more weeks.
Yeah. Well, all the very best at Wimbledon, Ben. It's been great to have you here. Thank you so much for coming. Ben Shelton, everybody. And now for Thomas Etcheverry. My friend, you're having a good couple of days. 2 victories. How are you feeling? Do you enjoy the grass? Because traditionally for Argentinians, the clay is your favorite surface. But what's this court been like for you?
I like the grass, yeah.
Are you lying to me?
No, for sure. The last year I played really well. This year I played with the tournaments for double swing grass, so yeah, I'm super happy. Hopefully I can be the next few years.
Absolutely. Well, you're playing great tennis. We really do wish you all the very best at Wimbledon. Thank you so much for Tennis Classic. Thomas Etcheverry, everybody. Okay, folks, we have our third and final match coming up very shortly indeed. It's a turn of the legends. They will be closing play on the 2025 Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. So go and pick up a quick Whispering Angel or a water, whatever you need, and pop back to centre court. We'll see you in a jiffy. Okay, folks, let's get our players on for the third and final match of the day. It's the turn of our legends. Firstly, let's begin with Bahrami and David Ferrer. And up against them today we have Thomas Enqvist and Mark Philippoussis.
So down to the last match of the day on the center court, last match of this edition of the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. It's the Legends, and it features Bahrami and David Ferrer taking on Mark Philippoussis and Thomas Enqvist. Luciano Lopez was the other player taking part of the Legends this week, not in action today, but he certainly played his part, played with Bahrami, for example, earlier in the week. It is a real treat. If you've never watched Bahrami play before, I guess you probably have. Even if you have, just how much of an entertainer he is, Bahrami.
The Aussie also had two semi-final runs at Wimbledon and the US Open, both in 1996. His two biggest highlights include beating the world #1 Pete Sampras at his home slam in Australia, and also with Australia he won the Davis Cup twice. So for the last time, please give it up for Mark Philippoussis. We got an Aussie up there. Oi, oi, oi. His partner is Thomas Enqvist, 51 years old, from Sweden, with 19 ATP Tour titles, winning winning at least one every year from 1995 to 2000. He was ranked as high as world number 4, and in 2001 he reached the quarterfinals at Wimbledon. 2 years prior to that, he had his best run in a slam, making it to the final of the Australian Open. In addition, he won the Davis Cup with Sweden on 2 occasions. Since retiring, Thomas became the Swedish Davis Cup captain for 3 years and also the Labour Cup vice captain to compatriot Bjorn Borg. So please give it up for Thomas Enqvist. Then we come to David Ferrer, who is 43 years old from Spain. He owns a whopping 23 ATP Tour titles and is a former world number 3. In slams, he was a 2-time quarter-finalist, both coming at Wimbledon, a 4-time semi-finalist, 2 at the Australian Open and the other 2 at the US Open, and of course a Roland Garros finalist in 2013. He too won the Davis Cup with Spain on multiple occasions and was on debut this year at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. So please give it up for David Ferrer. Last but not least, a rather popular man in these parts, Master Bahrami, who is 69 years young. Known as a legend of the sport for his incredible skill, and he is one of tennis's biggest and most loved entertainers. He has played this tournament every year since its origin, 31 years ago. He taught himself to play tennis with a rusty frying pan until the age of 13, when he got his first tennis racket. In 1989, he reached the men's doubles final at Roland Garros, and he has continued to captivate audiences worldwide with his trick shots and incredible shot making. He really is a massive part of the family and the furniture here at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic, so please give a big hand to Master Bahrami.
He has a fan club in the stands, not surprising for Bahrami. Everywhere he goes, they come out to watch him, Bahrami. I mentioned earlier, just the pedigree of all these players, the 4 of them on the court. The Grand Slam finalists. Ferrer, Enqvist, and Philippoussis in singles, and the doubles for Bahrami. That was at the French Open, but for many years he couldn't play on the Pro Tour. So very late in terms of when he was able to start, and also late as it related to him just picking up a racket and starting to play in Iran. He's always said when he plays it's all about entertaining those fans, even when he was on the Pro Tour. I think they're all ready.
They choose to serve. End of warm-up. First set, Marin Philippoussis to serve. Ready? Play.
Mark Philippoussis to start. He's quick, and he was known as being very quick in his day when he played Ferrer. But on the grass, dying quickly, no chance really. Oh. Hasn't missed many of those the whole week, those lobs, Bahrami. His touch is just phenomenal. Well, Philippoussis says there, no, I'm not going to give you a chance. 2 Grand Slam finals in a career for Philippoussis. Oh, he made that one also. Hit Bahrami. And that second one at Wimbledon 2003. Of course, that's the first time Roger won a Grand Slam title. Philippoussis on the other side of the net. But he had a very, very bad knee injury. He's coming back from that. A lot of tight matches went deep in that event, so a little bit more of the hours before that final against Ferrer.
First game.
They get a hold to start Philippoussis and Enqvist.
Bahrami to serve.
That couldn't have been any closer to the net, that volley. Wrote a book about his life, Bahrami. She was suggested to him to write a book because he was having just a conversation with somebody, telling about his life story, how he left Iran, went to France. And it was said you should write a book, and that's what he did. It's a very good book. A chance to read it.
15.
Arrived in France with not much in his pocket. It was in Nice. Didn't have a home for months in France. Oh, he's stealing a bit of his thunder there with that behind the back.
14-30.
Oh, they are both on the same side. He had the chance to do it on his first shot there, Philippoussis.
Deuce. Setting point. One game.
Play to the pace of the server. Within reason, of course, but champ power is not going to change anything.
Nothing.
Oh. has had 6 knee surgeries in his career, 3 on each side. Philippoussis, and made 1 comeback after another for Enqvist in his own career. He had 6 surgeries also, different body parts. Oh, and not necessarily known for his volleys when he played for that was electric. Oh, they're willing him on every shot. Bahrami. Been a fixture in his repertoire. Ball in the pocket. Oh, he really tried to rip it at Philippoussis.
Enqvist, Philippoussis. Enqvist, Philippoussis lead 2 games to 1.
A fun start as we thought it would be in this Legends doubles, 2-1. Enqvist and Philippoussis teaming up for the 2nd time this week.
You're leaving?
Same for Ferrer and Bahrami.
You want water? You have beer? Oh, yes, yes. Come here.
Time. Right hands.
Tenacious, often a word to describe David Ferrer.
That's a great serve.
Oh, he made that. It's good. Count. He thought the point was done. Mansour wasn't. What a career he had for a former number 3, 2013 French Open finalist, more than 700 wins. You think about his top 10 finishes also, 7 times. And when you think of players, a big 4 era, as he puts that in the open space, who were really affected by that, the fact that they're all just kept out for largely making those Grand Slam finals. He was one of them. Milos Raonic, although he made 1. No, it was long. Yes, Nishikori made 1. Thomas Burdick, a Wimbledon finalist. It was so hard just to get to a Grand Slam final with those 4. And also Stan Wawrinka. Well, Marin Cilic did win 1. He was on court earlier today, still playing Cilic. He'll be playing Wimbledon for the first time since 2021.
Luciano.
That's very good, very good. Oh, much better, come on. Hit the bloody ball!
Oh! Point of the match so far. There's more to come.
15-all.
What a shame.
He coaxed the double.
30.
Come on!
Oh.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Oh! That's what they came to see. Oh, they're just phenomenal, this sport.
40-30.
Oh! He's made that with his left hand.
Enqvist,
Pulling out all the stops on the last day.
Enqvist, Philippoussis lead 3 games to 2.
Amazing, just amazing from all
Thank you
four.
for coming, you are coming now? So it's 3-2 for us.
Of course, no real pressure on these four playing, but there was a little bit of pressure 2 days ago after Legends doubles because there was a prize on offer. Picked 2 fans randomly. Came down on court. There were 2 luggages that were placed inside the service boxes, one on either side. He was very gentle, very kind there, Enqvist, as that ball was going long. So basically the fans had to hit the luggage with a serve. They could also pick one of the Legends to be on their team in case they didn't do it. Beautiful volley from Ferrer. So the first 2 attempts for each of the fans they missed. That's when the Legends became involved. Bahrami took his first serve, he missed it. As that dropped in, missed the luggage. Philippoussis, same thing. And then on the next one, Bahrami hit that luggage, so basically Philippoussis had to make the next one, otherwise the fan Otherwise, the fan who teamed up with Bahrami would win that trip. It was a trip to Hilton Head Island, one of the sponsors. Oh, making them work. So Philippoussis had to make that last one, and he missed it by a whisker. Oh, it was rising.
Deuce, deciding point, receiver strokes. Bahrami Ferrer.
It's okay.
3 games, so
He's okay. He's a father of two already. Philippoussis.
Oh my God, don't hit me!
Oh.
What? You've got to at least wait for the ball to bounce before you call it out, all right?
love it.
There we go.
Good firm wrist. That was by Philippoussis
15.
on the volley.
Oh my, no, sorry.
Not quite on that one.
2015.
Oh, Thomas should have taken that out of the air. Down was plundered home by Philippoussis.
Enqvist, Philippoussis.
So nip and tuck.
Enqvist, Philippoussis lead 4 games to 3.
4-3. It is for a set.
Up behind.
still heavily involved in tennis is David Ferrer now, besides playing the Legends. Has his own academy
15.
in Spain, in Alicante. That's been open for a while. Tournament director also. Davis Cup captain. Oh, yeah, a peach of a volley. He was the Davis Cup captain last year at the finals when Rafa played for the last time in that competition. And in his career. They're upset by the Dutch in Malaga. There's that famous grunt from Ferrer.
4 games all.
That was a more difficult chance for Philippoussis. Long may it continue for Mansour. Oh. He was going to make sure he caught that one. Philippoussis had a touch before it went over.
15.
Back on their own side.
Come on, big boy. Show me. Let me see what you got there. 100 bucks. All yours. Come on.
He did say it's not coming back. I think he wins that bet.
You want to challenge that
Oh. 121 effortlessly done by Philippoussis.
Oh yeah.
Took the pace off.
And you see Philippoussis lead 5 games to 4.
5-4
You want
in
my
this
photo?
first set.
Go ahead. Go ahead. It's great. Good tennis. Yeah. Good fight.
The one-hander much more prominent when he played his day. Philippoussis.
15.
Made that French Open final alongside Eric Winogradsky did Bahrami. Not sure he played one of those in that French Open final. That's not fair on Thomas. And series 69, chasing those balls down.
4-3.
Put these four in the West End. Almost 100 miles per hour, that serve.
5 games sold.
5-0. Beaten by the pace. Great punch there from Enqvist.
15.
You tried that racket handle? I think he has a couple of times today. Sasha Bublik. He's done it in a real match.
30.
Over the net.
And one more game on the board for Enqvist and Philippoussis.
Enqvist, Philippoussis lead 6 games to 5.
Has the makings and the feel of a tie break. Looks like we're going to get there. Ferrer, as much as we think about him growing up playing on the clay, rightfully so, being a French Open finalist and also US Open semi-finalist, between two titles. Oh, dropped on his side. That was at the event in the Netherlands, in Hagenbusch. 2 Wimbledon quarterfinals, and one of them thriller against Andy Murray. Up by a set. And he had a chance to serve out the second set. Would have given him a 2-love lead, had a set point later. Second set tiebreak. Saved by Murray, who would go on to win that in 4. Just off there with that forehand, Ferrer.
Giorgio.
He's mastered that volley today, Ferrer.
40-30.
On the line. It's quite a famous farewell for Ferrer. Lost to Rafa, for example, in Barcelona. Took off his bandana, walked out, put it on the service box. That other Grand Slam final that he played, Philippoussis, that came at the US Open '98, Pat Rafter. But he was on the rise. His favorite player growing up was Boris Becker. time home by Enqvist.
40-15.
Those two, you think of Enqvist and Philippoussis, the power they pack when they play on the tour. That serve of Philippoussis is one of the biggest when he played. And Enqvist not far behind.
Enqvist, Philippoussis. Enqvist, Philippoussis lead 7 games, 2 series.
They now lead 7-6 in his first set.
La partie.
Obliging for a photo. I'll stop for as many as they need. They didn't see that volley coming in terms of the direction.
30-15.
You cannot be serious! How can you call that one?
Oh. You wouldn't want it to have been in that position if Enqvist was playing a tour match. That ball sitting up on that forehand. Could crank it. You take it, partner.
News. Deciding point receivers. Yay.
I don't think that was supposed to happen. It was, if it went to 7-all, well, it ended in a tiebreak, but they do take it 8 games to 6 in the first set. What entertainment, really bringing happiness to everybody who stayed on court. A big crowd did stay on court to watch these score. They deserve that standing ovation they're getting, all 4 of them. It's so great to have them this week at the Hurlingham Club.
Can I have your sweatband? My bad.
What's my fault?
Can I have your sweatband?
Hi?
Please. Please.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
important.
See, this is his. I didn't have one.
And that does
I
bring
get
us
mine when
to all the play this week. 5 days of just amazing tennis, high-class food, on-site, plenty of retail therapy.
Photographs and get some photos. I will be chatting to them in just a moment or two.
Of course, the players prep for Wimbledon.
Okay, Thomas, you can chat to me because everyone else is taking photos.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Ready. Get ready. Get ready.
She's a diehard fan, that lady today.
Okay, go ahead.
So it has been great to have a company the whole week at Hurlingham. Somebody gonna chat with Jenny,
Okay, sir, I'm going to have a chat with you then.
and we'll leave it in the hands of Jenny
How are we doing?
to
What's
on
your name?
the players soon.
Archie.
Archie, how's your day been?
Very hot.
It has been toasty. What's been your highlight so far?
That's a very good question. Making new friends.
Oh, crikey.
The tennis, obviously. And
Some Whispering Angel, maybe?
probably a bit too much, but
You couldn't tell.
no, you can.
Great chatting to you. Have fun with your new friends. That was a bit risky to ask to speak to someone, wasn't it? Right, David, you're going to be my friend for right now. Thank you very much. Look, David, this was your first year here at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. How has it been for you?
I have been very nice. I really enjoy a lot all the week, and well, I have fun. The most important is the environment, the atmosphere is incredible. So I really enjoy. So I hope to come back next year, sure.
You've played on a lot of grass courts in your career. How was this one?
I like. I played a lot of years when I used to be pro player, and yeah, come back and have the chance to play again on grass court give me great memories.
Well, it's been a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much. Let's see if any of these other legends could be my friend as well. See if they can multitask. Thomas, how are you doing? Back for another year. How's it been?
It's been a lot of fun, as always. Amazing to play on this court and then to meet everybody, old friends, and be part of this event is great. But I do think we need to give another round of applause for Mansour, this is his 31 year. And I think today he played, as always, unbelievable. So I think we need to give him another applause for that.
I totally agree. This man is unbelievable. 69 years young, kind sir. How are you feeling? How fun was that?
I feel great every time I play with these legends. It's a great honor for me to be here on court with this, because these guys is really, it's just the best time of my life whenever I'm in the court, especially when the crowd is like this. I love you, I play, we play for you, and that's why I'm back and playing. Thank you for being here, and it's just fantastic. This is my energy, these people. Mwah.
Yeah, I don't doubt that, because, I mean, you've got to have some motivation to be your age and still playing to the standard that you do. So why is it that the crowd gives you so much energy?
Well, because all my life, all I tried in my tennis was always about entertaining and sharing my passion, my pleasure on the court with the crowd has been the main thing for me. Then winning, yes, is good, but if the crowd is not happy because tennis was too serious, for me it's like a loss. When I see the smile on these people's face, I'm the most happiest man in the world.
Well, you make us all very happy too, Mansour. Thank you so much. Mansour Bahrami, everyone. And finally, a little word with the Aussie, Mark Philippoussis. Another year has come and gone, Mark, here at the Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. How's it been?
another amazing year. It's a shame it's come to an end, but what a way to finish. Thank you guys for the energy out here. It was a pleasure playing in front of you, and amazing atmosphere. And again, this week just delivers every single time.
Yeah, the weather's been great, I have to say, as has the tennis. So thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you for having me, and I hope to see you guys next year.
Absolutely. Okay, folks, well, that wraps things up for the 2025 Giorgio Armani Tennis Classic. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much to our legends, to all of our players this week, to our ball kids, to the tournament staff, to the umpires, to everyone who's put in an effort. It has been absolutely brilliant. To the ground staff, we couldn't do it without them. This beautiful court. But in the meantime, enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. Have a very safe journey home. And if you're at Wimbledon, I'll see you there.